Out of the blue of the western sky comes
Runway DFW.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
Very pleasant good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be on this big blue marble. It's Walt here with you live from DFW International Airport. We're here a little early on this Saturday, December 3rd, 2022. Early for us. We usually come out on a Saturday a little later, but in this event today, we are expecting to see, well, we will be seeing at some point, the inaugural flight of, let's see, where do we put that? There it is. The inaugural flight of Qantas from Melbourne. Qantas flight, I don't have the flight number here, sorry. It is the longest flight that DFW is currently offering. 8,992 miles, 17 and a half hours, and was supposed to be here about 1 hour from now. But it has been delayed until later this afternoon in the 3 o'clock hour, so we'll watch some other planes before then. And we welcome you to this edition of Runway DFW. Now, what are we seeing there? Ah, yes, Korean Air Cargo. That is ostensibly why we came on just a second or two early today, because I wanted to catch that 777 headed off to Seoul. So we caught a little bit of that. My tripod's making funny noises. But no matter. Alright, let's get organized here, shall we? It's windy today. You might be able to hear it. It is our official thermometer in Fahrenheit is 59 degrees, so it's not really that cold. It's not cold at all, really. We've just got a pretty stiff north breeze, which means we have north flow operations today. And what does that mean? Well, you know, I've made a graphic for that. Well, first of all, let's say hello to everyone, shall we? Everybody who's hanging out with us on this Saturday afternoon. Let's see, we've got Vince, Las Vegas. Good day, Walt and everyone. Looking forward to the Rue arrival. Hassan's Vlog says, hello, Walt Zwerko. I cannot wait to watch the inaugural flight, Qantas 21 from Melbourne for the first time. Flight 21. That's the number. Barbara P. Sterling says, able to get more volume on your mic? I don't know. Is it not coming through? Hello? My meter indicates that it is, but I'll dial it up just a little bit. I don't want to distort. Pete Davis says, I'm glad it's in color, and it is. Cat's Meow says, great intro. Thank you. Ron Sees America says, hey Walt, hello everyone. Our great moderator Gerard says, hello and very nice to have you on board. He's talking to Cat's Meow, but I'm glad to have you on board today, Gerard. Farid Abed says, hello, friends. Graphic sign and design, your intro is top-notch. Thank you. There's an intro message from Gerard. Hello, and a great pleasure to see all of you here today. Rohan says, morning, Walt. I'm not used to being here in the morning on Saturdays, but I guess technically it still is. Bill Caldham from Arkansas says, good morning, Walt. Hans says, while waiting for Walt, just fold some paper planes. It's therapeutic. And Becky Davies is here from Shrewsbury, Shropshire in UK, the Midlands, as well as M.R. Rice, greeting all of us here. You're looking at the East Tower of DFW there in that image. It's a little shaky today because of all the wind. I mean, I've got my tripod weighed down and everything, but it is blowing things around just a bit. Now, Epic Toastman saying is the mic is a bit loud, so I'll dial that back a bit. Chris says it sounds like static. And Barbara P says, yes, it's crackling. So, let me look at my setup here. See, the thing is, I'm hearing myself through the mixer, and then the mixer is feeding it out to you all, but I don't hear what you all are hearing. So, let me see if I can diagnose this a little bit. Shouldn't keep us from watching planes, though. Let's let me get a plane or two going here. I believe this is off to Sacramento, California. These little technical gremlins creep up on us, and I think I have them solved, and then I get out here and they're not. So let me check one thing. Hold on. Pete Davis says, the static is good, it's therapeutic. I don't like static. I'm not a fan of the static.
Tower, drive line sub 5 with visual 357. 5 clear land, drive line sub 5.
And now Barbara's saying no static now.
425, talk to you later.
See what I mean about technical gremlins? They come and go. All right, so anyway, we are in what they call North Flow today, and let's go to the graphics to see if we can explain that to you. Now, here's a Google Earth map of DFW Airport. I've highlighted all the runways in yellow, and there at the top of the screen is where it says Runway DFW. It points to where we are at, so that we're overlooking the runways 18 or 18 right and 18 left. As you can see there, the terminals are all A, B, C, D, E there in the middle. So the airport is kind of split down the middle by the terminals, and we're on the west side. On the 18s and the 17s are on the right side, and then there's those 13 runways on either side, which are kind of diagonal crosswind runways. Okay, so now, normally, the normal operation here is south flow, where the planes land from the north, kind of right in front of where our position is, and they take off. They start their takeoff right from across from where we are, which is great. But we're in north flow today because of the north wind, and that means the planes are all headed to the north as they land and as they take off. And so we get we don't get the ideal viewing situation. And so the planes are landing on the west side here on 36 left and 36 right. And other planes are landing on the 35s over on the east side. So anyway, that's our situation today. Everything's going to be long distance, and we won't get as good a look at the Qantas flight coming in from Melbourne as we might like to, but them's the breaks, as they say. So Barbara P is saying the volume is still low on the phone here, but clear and okay. So, let me dial up the volume a little bit here and see if that makes a difference for you, and let me know if it distorts anything. Charles D says, hello, Walt and company. Dwayne C says, like the graphic, informative. Beve, one of our great mods, says, great graphic as well.
Good day.
Oh, Chris likes the graphic too, thank you. I worked on that last night. Epic Toastman says, my dad's flight, American 1534, coming from Ontario. If you can catch that, it would mean a lot. I'll be very happy to try to do that, Epic Toastman. Give me a...
Land 35 Center Mark 20.
Oh, and Austin is saying, see you later. Austin was here a little earlier. He's got to go. Epic Toastman, give me an indication of when it's going to be here, and I'll try to make a mental note of that. Okay, so we're going to go back to the action here, which is what you came here for. You didn't come here to hear me blather. But this will give you some indication of what we're kind of up against today. This is American Eagle Flight 4095, headed off to Billings, Montana. It's an Embraer 175, and it's about 2 miles from where we are. And that's not my lens out of focus. That is the ground scatter, which happens when we have temperature differentials in the atmosphere. So it looks more or less like an impressionist painting as we point our lens down to that end of the airport. It's just not very clear at this time of day. And I'm hoping that'll change as the afternoon goes on. See, once it gets up in the air, not too bad, but when it's up against the ground, not so great.
Hello, Bodega 54,
Here comes an American Dreamliner 787-9, just pulling out of the hangar here on the west side, on its way to the terminal area for its next assignment. Meanwhile, way down yonder, we've got another Embraer 175 American Eagle aircraft. It's flight 3891 bound to Huatulco in Mexico. I don't know if I've ever been here at a time when a Huatulco flight is going out. So this Dreamliner is going to have to wait to cross, and you can see way in the background some other jets that are lining up for takeoff. On this brisk Saturday, I was going to say afternoon. Is it afternoon yet? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. There's the Huatulco flight way down there. You see, kind of glimmering. I hope that some of you were able to catch our Runway DFW After Dark presentation. I think it was Tuesday night or Wednesday night. Can't remember. It was very cargo-centric. And it was kind of fun. We were on the air from 10 p.m. till midnight. And I'd never seen so many 757s before in my life. I mean, all the ones we see are operated by UPS, and I think we even saw a Polar Air Cargo 757. Maybe there's a 767. I can't remember. But anyway, now that we have camera 5, we can favor you with some of those late night presentations, and we'll do that more often as time goes on. It was kind of... I didn't know what to expect, and we got a lot of good action for that 2-hour stretch. It was almost all cargo.
That's 2451 Okay, when I'm at 3891.
Power supply today, as always, or recently, is supplemented by these fine Jackery batteries that were provided to us by our friend Kevin at Airline Videos Live. He used those here while he was here. He didn't want to send them back, so he said, "Walt, why don't you use those?" And I said, "Kevin, I'd be happy to." So we have those going. We also have our marine battery, because I don't know how long we're going to go today. But we're all powered up. I don't think that's going to be a problem today. Seeing if we have anything coming in. We do. We have a flight arriving from Cancun. It's one of the top destinations.
American 2101, visual 35 center.
It's one of the top destinations from DFW, and this particular flight
35 center, American 2101.
is Spirit Flight 344. It's an Airbus A320neo.
Tower Delta 2409, visual 35 center.
Now, unfortunately, when the Qantas flight we're awaiting comes in from Melbourne, It's going to probably look something like this. It's going to be a bigger plane. It'll be a Dreamliner, but yeah, we're going to be up against this ground interference. Looks kind of like an oasis. I mean, you can't even really tell it's a Spirit plane until it gets to this point, and then it's kind of yellow.
5 full short 35 or 36 right at Whiskey Lima. Don't know the spot yet, but we are going to Delta. Alaska 286 is visual 36 left.
So once again, not the best of viewing conditions for you folks today, but I hope you'll stick around and hang out with us. Hey, we welcome a super chat from Stephen Remy, $5, to keep the audio-video gremlins away. And he says Kevin is a great guy. Kevin is, and thank you, Stephen. There you have a double acknowledgement there. We have the automated one and the personal one. Beve says the After Dark show was terrific, and there's the link to it. Well, you don't want to go look at that now, but it is on our page, so hope you'll check it out later, and we'll be doing more of those later. It was kind of fun.
Yankee cross 26 right, and we'll contact the ground on double the bridge. Thank you.
Han says apparently something goes wrong in your audio train. Woo-woo. The technical term is clipping. Peaks in the audio are heavily distorted.
Departure Boy 4004 here.
Well, let me dial things down here a bit. And we'll see if that makes things any better. You know, the metering on my computer is not the greatest, I'll have to say. So, bear with us. And I thank you for your comments and suggestions and information. It all helps. Vince, Las Vegas, says it is interesting how the flights that go to and from the hangars to the west actually taxi in rather than being towed. Well, I have a story about that, which I learned a couple weeks ago when I was the guest of our friends over here in the West Tower. And I was told that they used to tow the planes back and forth from the hangar. Now let me catch this plane as it comes in. This is Alaska Flight 286 coming in from Portland, Oregon. It's a 737-800. Anyway, on one occasion when they were doing that, I think they said it was with a 777. The towing vehicle had to stop to let planes cross, and for some reason the braking system on either the towing vehicle or the plane, I'm not sure which, didn't quite work out, and the plane overran the tow vehicle, and it was kind of a big mess. I don't think anyone was hurt in that instance, but I guess since then they've just let the planes go to and fro under their own power. And I think it had to do with the fact that it was a larger plane and maybe the tow vehicle was not, I don't know. But I know other airports do it, so I'm not really clear why they don't here, but apparently that's the procedure. They just let the planes power themselves as they go to and fro the hangar area here at DFW. Here comes a Pilatus PC-12 single engine plane is up there somewhere. Do you see it? I don't see it. It's on final approach. Oh, I think I do see it now. It's coming in from Austin after a 50-minute journey. Austin is the state capital of Texas. But when you've got a flight that's coming in 2 miles away from where you are, and you've got this kind of, I'd say worse than normal ground clutter, atmospheric condition, it's kind of hard to look at. This is one of those cases, it might be better to be watching on a phone than to be watching on a big screen TV. I can't even tell if it's landed yet. Has it landed yet? I think it has. Is that smoke in the background?
We're clear across the 36 right on Yankee. And what was the frequency on top of the bridge for Alaska 286? 65, thanks.
I don't think it's smoke. I think it's just distortion from the atmospheric conditions here. Wow. Not great viewing, ladies and gents, but again, this might be one of those things that clears up as we go along through the afternoon, so bear with us. We say good afternoon to East Texas Aviation, who says, how are y'all? Well, speaking for myself, I am good. Glad to see so many familiar faces in the stream today. Craig Russell says hello to everyone. We've now surpassed 8,100 subscribers, I just checked. So thank you all for that. MR Rice says, Walt, how is the view at the parking lot on the south side of the Maverick VOR? Well, I haven't tried that. I have, investigated a couple of places that purport to have viewing, but they're really not great for what we do. And I'll explain that in a minute. Here comes American Airlines Flight 654, an Airbus A321neo from Las Vegas, Nevada, landing on runway 36 right. Sorry, 36 left. Yeah. Josh Aldridge says heat vapors always wreak havoc for camera operators. Yeah, there's really nothing we can do about that. And Louis DeHaan says, Runway DFW, LOL, you have thermal problems, and over here it's below 0 degrees Celsius. Yeah, I can't say that we're, I'm not suffering from the cold. In fact, if it was colder, well, usually it's the fact that there's a differential between the ground temperature and the air temperature. So if the ground is really warm and the air is cooler, then you get that disturbance along the ground, and that's kind of what we're into right now. The ground is still relatively warm. but it has been cold the last few days. We've had kind of a really up and down temperature, and our scanner is stuck now. Oh, scanner. Hang in there. What if I just turn it off and turn it on again? That will solve everything, won't it? No, it's stuck on one of our tower frequencies, so I'll just dial that down a bit, and hopefully it will resolve itself. Runway Collin County says, hello, Runway DFW. My 10th birthday is this Monday. I'll be out tomorrow. And maybe around 1 p.m. you could maybe schedule a stream tomorrow. Well, I don't know that I will be out here tomorrow, because I may have some other things I have to do, but we will wish you and everybody who's celebrating a birthday today or tomorrow or yesterday, the next few days, a very happy birthday. We have birthday music for you. Hans wants to know if the scanner squelch is too low. No, it's all the way down. It's cut all the way down. So it's just locked in on something. I don't know what. It's an older scanner. I may have to upgrade. And East Texas Aviation says DFW is in North Flow, correct? And you are correct. And so happy birthday to Runway Collin County, to anybody who's got a birthday out there. There's always somebody who's got a birthday or knows somebody who's got a birthday, right? Why is that locked? Oh, there we go. So you can hear there's two things transmitting at the same time on that frequency, or at least my scanner is picking up two things at the same time on that frequency. That may be what the problem is. But if I lock out that frequency, then I'm just going to have to lock out that frequency. Oh, man. All right, we're going to go without scanner for a bit here. I'll try to turn it on later and see what happens. But right now, not working too well. Here is the look at the North Radar Tower spinning around. Here you see the gigantic American flag, which is blowing stiffly to the north, or from the north, indicating very strong winds. So that's what we're up against today. And you might wonder, Walt, what about all those UPS planes we saw the other night? What are they doing today? Well, they're all idle this afternoon. There you see. We see 3 of them. I don't know if there's any behind that. And then if we pan over to the right, you will see a pair airing it out. I don't know. I don't see anybody working over there. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. I didn't see any UPS planes on the flight manifest this afternoon. And if you're wondering, Walt, where's that plane that was advertised from Melbourne? Well, it's running late this afternoon. We won't see that until the 3 o'clock hour. This is American Flight 1233 arriving from Sacramento, California. It's been flying around for 2 hours and 41 minutes. An Airbus A321. It's landing here at DFW Airport right now. At least as best we can tell. That would indicate that the plane has touched down, but makes me wish I could just have a drone that could fly over down there and get some nice close-ups of the planes landing and taking off. That would definitely be frowned upon by the authorities. I'm having a jaw-dropping moment right now because we have just received information that Barbara P. Sterling has, there you go, favored us with a $100 super chat. She says, hello, not been there much in the past. Here now enjoying your effort to make the sound okay. To help you get upgrades and anything else, donation. Thanks for the stream. Barbara, thank you very, very much. That is tremendously kind of you, and all of our donors will be happy to know that we do reinvest those donations in our equipment and gear. So thank you. And Stephen Remy says, wow, Barbara, you are a sweetheart to all airline spotting channels. God bless you, Barbara. And yes, I have definitely seen her name on the other channels, and really, really nice. Thank you. I already have some idea about what we can spend that on. We've already bought our nighttime camera and lens equipment, and that will be paid off pretty quickly thanks to our kind contributors. So thank you. MR Rice says Qantas Flight 21 is 2 hours and 27 minutes from DFW, so we are awaiting that. That is what we came out here to see today. Here comes United Flight 550 from Denver. It's a 737-900. There it is, that fuzzy, fluffy plane landing right now. Looks like it's put on its headlights so we can see it, or maybe that's just a reflection. I don't know. We can just now begin to see that it's wearing the United livery. Oh, no problem. I'm looking for our next victim here. I think it's going to be a takeoff of an Embraer. No, that's not what I'm looking at. No, it's kind of quieted down here right now, actually. I don't see anything coming in for a little bit here. It's kind of chill. So we'll follow this United plane. Where's this coming from? It's coming from Denver. So it should be going over to Terminal E on the other side of the airport, but it seems to have missed its turn. Maybe they're making it go all the way around. But at least we can see the livery now. It's an 8-year-old 737-900. So it's passing by Terminal D. Now it's making a turn. So we'll be headed over the bridge here on the north side to cross over to the east side to go all the way down to Terminal E, which is at the south end of all the terminals. This is the excitement you have come to expect from Runway DFW. The United 737 taxiing. We say hello to Kaushik Chakravarti. Hello, everyone. I'm sure I mangled your name. I'm very sorry about that. Kyle Jordan Weather says hello, everyone. Joshua Leclerc says hello, everyone. Mrs. Runway DFW says, I texted Walt about static sounds. He ignores my text till after the show. Hope audio settles down. I have not ignored it. I have been working on it. But there's really only so much I can do. I try to adjust the audio. And the biggest thing is the pictures, I think. East Texas Aviation says American Airlines Flight 1506 is an hour and 17 minutes out, coming in from Indianapolis in the flagship Valor livery. That is an attractive paint job, and we hope to bring that to you, although flights from Indianapolis typically come in on the east side, and we probably, if we see it at all, we won't get a very good look at it. Wow, it's quieted down here, but we do have what looks to be an American flight going out to Guadalajara. And I think this is it here on the right center of your screen. If Flight Radar 24 is to be believed, that's American Flight 387, 737-800, awaiting its turn to take off on runway 36 right.
It's chilly. It's chillier than it looked like it was going to be.
I know. It is 55 degrees though.
It's a brutal 55.
I know.
Follow you guys on YouTube. Thank you.
Sure. I thought OZ Gaming 9 was supposed to be out here today. I haven't seen him. We may be around the bend.
I think he's
Oh, he's over there? Okay. So we have some competition today, our friendly competition from OZ Gaming 9. He does regular streams from out here as well. He represents the younger generation of plane spotters. I'm sure he's got some cool hip lingo that I'm just not hep to right now. Well, John English has no static sounds on my end, so maybe we've captured that gremlin. Maybe I've kind of figured out what the correct position of the output from my mixer is to the computer, so we'll keep an eye on that. Manny Hansen is our newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Thank you, Manny. I see some movement down there. That's not the plane I was looking for. That's definitely not a 737 making the turn there. That looks to be an American Eagle CRJ 701ER. Not that it looks that way, but that's what Flight Radar 24 tells me it is. And it's off to Springfield. Wow, it looks so tiny down there. And zooming in doesn't make it any better, does it? It's even kind of shimmery when it gets up in the air. I haven't seen the viewing conditions this poor in a while here. The atmospheric conditions seem unusually poor today, don't they? Well, we've got a lot of checkerboarding going on in the sky over here.
Like 9 different flight paths. Who needs flight radar when you got the clouds?
That's so fun. That's a good. I don't know if you can see it on the screen there, but Our sky is checkerboarded with contrails today.
We got cloud tic-tac-toe going today. I put an X in the middle. Where are you going? One?
It
It looks like a 3-6 left.
What do we have there? That was American Flight 2065, an Airbus A321 off to Salt Lake City. And that plane, which is kind of rolling there, did that just land, or is it? No, that's taking off. I was about to tell you the plane that just landed, but then this one popped into view. Another Airbus A321, that was American Flight 1288, jetting its way to the sunny beaches of Puerto Vallarta in Mexico. Got an A321 coming in on the other side now. See if we can dial this in for you. Arriving from Phoenix, American Flight 511. I'm going to try to zoom in as close as I have been because it just doesn't look like anything when you get too far in. Are you liking your new tripod head?
I do. I like it. It took a little bit to get my the drag dialed in.
Yeah.
It's a lot more versatile and portable than carrying a gimbal mounted on tripod legs.
I don't know how you did that. You had a joystick thing going.
I still may use it from time to time, just cause.
If you're new to Runway DFW, you notice, hey Walt, there's a lot of American Airlines planes here. And that's because they kind of control things here. That was American Flight 2926 and Airbus A321 off to Tulsa, Oklahoma, to the north of us. So yeah, we got about... we see a lot of American Airlines and American Eagle planes. If that's among your favorites, then you're in the right place. Speaking of American Airlines, arriveth now is Flight 1534 from Ontario, California. Jane Elizabeth is greeting us with a hello. Hello, Jane. Welcome on in. We're in North Flow today, as they call it, which is essentially reverse operations. But in the winter months, in the cold weather months, we see this a lot more often than we do in the warmer weather. The wind's blowing from the north, the planes are landing and taking off from the south, and where they touch down and where they take off from is about 2 miles from where we are located here at DFW Founders Plaza. And we are here once again today because we are getting ready to bring you the arrival of the Qantas flight, the inaugural Qantas flight from Melbourne to DFW. It's now scheduled, I think, about 3:20 p.m., which is still a little less than 2 hours away. It was supposed to have been here by now, but, got delayed. So we'll see that Dreamliner coming in the 3 o'clock hour. Everything goes well, and I assume it will. Connor Carlson says, "Hey Walt, how's your afternoon?" Well, it is a bit chilly here. It's 54 degrees. Very, I think this is probably seasonable temperature for DFW at this time, but the northerly wind is kind of cutting. That Yellowbird was off to Los Angeles, rather. Spirit Flight 1018 in Airbus A320neo. And the hits just keep on coming. That plane's off to Fresno. American Flight 2393, a 737-800. And what is our activity level right now? It's American Eagle, Embraer 175, winging its way to Monterrey in Mexico. I think I may have misidentified that. So I think that was American Flight 356 headed to Phoenix. That was American Flight 2207, an A321 headed to Cancun in Mexico. Told you Cancun was a popular destination. I think that's the second one we've seen going out or coming in. Hey, it's a Dreamliner. It's American Flight 323. Touching down from Miami, Florida. It's a 787-8. Flight 323. Did I say that? I may have. That's kind of the view we will get from when the Qantas flight arrives. That'll be a Dreamliner as well. I think that's a -9 though. And again, that's the longest route currently operated from DFW, the Melbourne service, which Qantas is inaugurating later this afternoon. I wonder if we'll get a water cannon salute. Oh, look at all those planes lined up to go out. Wilsey says, and Emirates is landing at 10 a.m. Well, if it's tomorrow, we won't be here. If it's 10 p.m., we won't be here either, so. Joined with some weather information, he says the average high at DFW is 61 degrees, so we're a little under that. And he's talking Fahrenheit, of course, for our international viewers. It's 55 right now here today. And Adamero is our newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Thank you, Adamero. An Emirates A340 is landing at 12 a.m. And an A340? I didn't even know they had those. I'll have to look into that. They have to come back for that. Connor says, I heard Lufthansa is unretiring some of their A380s. Maybe we'll have a diversion like we did a few years back. Well, who knows? Lufthansa's been flying their A340s here, so maybe they will say, hey, we got a lot of business at DFW. Maybe we'll bring the 380 over there. We can cross our fingers on that. Take another look at the sky and you can see all of the contrails which are checkerboarding the North Texas sky today. Let's see if we can dial this one in. I don't know what this is. It's flying high. Can't quite get a profile of what that might be. I should put my flight radar in AR mode and see. It appears as though it might be Aeromexico. Flight 686, a 737, which is headed to Chicago O'Hare from Mexico City. Putting out some vapors, that's for sure. So there you get the big picture there. Just a crazy quilt of contrails this afternoon. We salute Paul Usher with a... Why isn't my button working? A super sticker of almost 1 pound. Thinking face he sent. Thank you, Paul. Let's get back to Earth here. We will next be welcoming American Airlines Flight 2936 coming in from Austin, Texas. 737-800. Just touching down there now. By that puff of tire smoke, we can tell that it's made a landing. That Embraer 175 belongs to American Eagle. That is winging its way to Champaign, Illinois. Ah, yes. Let's try for some takeoffs, shall we? From afar. I see a yellow bird there in the center of the screen. Fuzzy though it may be, it is Spirit Flight 3313, an Airbus A319, going to Chicago O'Hare. And then just behind it there is a Frontier A320neo. That's Flight 1370 going to Midway Airport in Chicago. So we've got Chicago covered with those two aircraft. I know we had Midway flights here. I don't think I've seen one before. Maybe I'm just not here at the right time of day. So the Spirit aircraft making its right-hand turn onto runway 36 right. And you see coming into view there, American Eagle Embraer 175 flight 3690 just arrived from Monterrey in Mexico. Aviation Emily says, "You know what I'm thinking about? Runway DFW YouTube memberships." Yeah, I'm trying to work on that in my spare time. I don't think that I currently am able to offer the kind of multi-level memberships that a lot of the other streaming airport channels do. So I'm thinking it would just be one level, and I'm still trying to work out what would make it worth your while. We'll have sticker or, you know, icons, emojis, things like that. But I don't know what other kind of special content we can offer. But I'm glad that you are thinking about it too, because I know we have a lot of very loyal viewers. And Runway DFW is kind of a work in progress. But it's just so much fun to do it. So now I think we've got the Frontier flight off to Midway. Where is it? There it is, way down there. Or did I miss it? Is this it? No, that's an American flight. American Eagle flight. That American Eagle flight was going to Roswell, New Mexico. Here's the Frontier flight. Missed that entirely, didn't I? Well, I didn't miss it, but... That's the one that was going to Midway Airport. Now rolling down the runway is an American Airlines flight to Santa Ana in California. We have Qatar Airways Flight 76M which is lit up on the radar, and that's going off to Doha, to World Cup territory, where I think I saw just before we went on the air that Team USA did not fare too well in its game against the Netherlands, I think it was. I can't remember who they were playing, but Team USA got knocked out in the World Cup.
Fingers crossed Qatar uses 3-6 right instead of
I know.
3-5 away from here.
Well, we can only hope.
We can only hope. Hopes can only be so high.
The Qatar flight typically goes out on the east side. I would say probably 8 out of 10 times.
Well, that's 20% better than 0%.
Yep. So I'm looking for it down there. It's lit up. It may not be pulled out from the terminal yet. It's kind of hiding behind there, Terminal D, I think. Well, I know it's coming from Terminal D.
Maybe it'll stay busy on that side. They'll just be like, we'll just use the west side today.
Yeah. Ian 777 says, "Good afternoon, Runway DFW Walt. Happy Saturday. How are you today?" I am doing great. We are hoping for some great action this afternoon. Hello. We do have a flight which is, we don't normally see it on this side, I don't think. There it is. It's an Air Canada Express, operated by Jazz Aviation. Jazz. It's number 175. It is going to Montreal, and it's lining up for takeoff. Still keeping our eye out for that 777 Qatar aircraft. Put my hood up. It makes a difference putting your hood up on a day like this when the wind is at your back. Hey, it's just after 1 o'clock. Let's give you a station.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color.
It is just after 1 o'clock here on Saturday, December 3rd, 2022. You're watching Runway DFW. I think I just said that. I'm Walt, and we'll be here. We are on the lookout now for the inaugural flight from Qantas from Melbourne, Australia. They already come here from Sydney, and this will be the first flight from Melbourne. It'll be
a couple of us on the AOA to film it because it was so late they didn't have enough escorts to be able to
Oh. It'll be a Dreamliner. It's on its way. We have good information that it'll be here. And so hang out with us for that. Should be here in the 3 o'clock hour. So we're still a couple hours away from that one. It's running late. But aside from that, we've got some great Saturday afternoon action for you right here on Runway DFW. Mike G says, hi, Walt. Afternoon to you and everyone else. Looking forward to another great stream. My daughter flew into DFW on Wednesday on her way home to New Mexico. Yes, this is a very popular airport for passengers who are transiting from one place to another. I think that the statistics would indicate the great majority of people who come here on an aircraft are actually going somewhere else. There's an American 777. It looks like it's probably on its way to the terminal area, or to the hangar area over here on the west side. But at least we get a nice close-up view of an aircraft instead of one from 2 miles away. Let me check the arrivals here. I see a Cargolux 747 is scheduled to come in at 2:20 from Chicago O'Hare, but I don't think it's in the sky right now, so I don't know if that's going to be accurate or not.
I think we're in left. I think Qatar is coming down this way. I could be wrong, but
Cool.
he seems to have veered from the potential bridge path.
Excellent.
I think we'll at least get something interesting on the way out now.
Good. So information is that we may be seeing the Qatar 777 on this side of the airport. We will see American Airlines coming in at 2:50 p.m. from Paris, and Finnair arriving from Helsinki. It's been delayed until 3:26, it says here. So let's see if we can pick out the we're looking for the Qatar plane now. Should be coming out from somewhere over in that direction. Oh, actually, it's on its way down here. Do we see it? It's a big plane. We should be able to see it. There it is. All right, that plane off to Doha. It's a 13-year-old 777. It's departing right pretty close to being on time. And finally, that American 777 gets to cross over. There she is, says Beve. Runway DFW is, oh, I'm being asked by Gerard, from what site do you get those amazing jingles? I get them from jinglesamplers.com. And they actually have a sale on their jingles right now. I just saw. They have packages of jingles you can buy, and because and you can buy them on a non-exclusive basis. So if some other airline channel wanted to buy those same jingles, they could. But that's okay. I don't think anybody's going to, but they're there, and you can listen to samples of them at jinglesamplers.com. I'm a big fan of jingles. I'm kind of old school radio. So I think, well, I can't tell. I know there's some other aircraft down there. And again, we're looking about 2 miles away. Here comes an Aeromexico flight. Aeromexico Connect. You see it crossing over there. And again, if you're just joining us, you're saying, Walt, why can't you focus on that plane? It's because the atmospheric conditions here at DFW Airport are the ground, I don't know if you want to call it ground clutter, but whatever it is that makes the picture wiggle like that, it's out of our control. I would imagine that someday somebody will come up with some sort of algorithm which you could apply to a picture like this, and it would eradicate those atmospheric waves and make it perfectly crisp and clear. But I do not have access to that technology, regrettably. So it looks like this big old jet is next up. And so while we've established that Melbourne is now officially the longest distance flight from, passenger flight at least, from DFW, Doha's no slouch when it comes to being on an airplane for a while. So there you go, some Doha action for you. Something a little more mundane now, arriving from Harlingen, Texas, in Embraer 175, American Eagle Flight 3407. Well, seems like the wind is picking up now. It was supposed to be about 15 miles an hour through the afternoon, the wind was. Karen says, nice shot of the Qatar. Walt, thank you. TriStar Darren says, that's a long flight. And it is. Beve says, we really like your old school radio style, Walt. We hear that from many viewers. Thank you, Beve. Connor wants to know, Walt, were you able to catch the United 757 chartering the Kansas State football team yesterday? No, we've seen some. We weren't here yesterday. We have seen some charters, some sports charters here on the weekend, however, on a fairly regular basis. Looks like we're going to be seeing American Airlines Flight 1992 making the turn there on the right side of your screen. It's going to Seattle. And we'll be seeing, I think our picture will be intercepted momentarily by Flight 2459, an Airbus A321 coming in from Los Angeles. But I may be wrong about that. What do you think? Shall we try to turn on our scanner again? Let's see what happens.
Could across 36 right, ground A5 on board 3407.
Well, seems to be working. Give it a try.
You cross 36 right, 6 on the bridge, American 2459. Yeah.
It's a little more like it. All right, the next flight leaving is going to Colorado Springs in the state of, you guessed it, Colorado. down there somewhere. Is that it? It's like we're trying to shoot things in outer space here today. In fact, I think we'd get a clearer picture if we were trying to shoot things in outer space today. Still trying to zero in on this plane here. Oh, here we go.
American 1460 with you on a visual for
I think that one just arrived.
Land 36 West, American 1460, we're parking west.
I believe this is the Colorado Springs departure. That glistening blob.
American 1667, 36 West. West, clear land, American 1667. Roger, 49. You're 2343, so on.
Go back and take a look at this MD-11 over at the UPS area here. Still got its cargo door open. I haven't really been watching it to see if it's being loaded or... I think I've seen that barrier there the last time we looked at it, that kind of strap that keeps anything or anybody from inadvertently wandering off the ledge. So they may just be there airing it out today. But typically UPS has very minimal operations on Saturdays and Sundays from here. Even on Monday mornings there's nothing going on there from my experience. That may change, however, now that we're in the holiday season. Phil Tovey says, a very good evening all. Hope everyone is good this evening from Warwick in Warwickshire, UK. Happy to have you with us. Brian Lloyd says, hello everyone, and hello Walt. Well, that's me. Thank you, Brian.
Castle American 1667, want to confirm, clear land 36 West. 36 West, clear 9, thank you, sir.
Alright, we've got a momentary lapse in things going on. I guess we'll look at American Flight 1667, which is about to touch down from Seattle.
Whiskey Julius for the right, American 14. Hold short, 36 American 14.
It's Airbus A321 arriving from Coffeetown, USA.
I'm gonna go set up camp on the far end to get some of the arrivals and try to get
Whiskey Julius, cross 36 right, ground 169.
come in. So
Okay.
yeah,
It was good seeing you.
it was good seeing you.
One of our plane spotting pals here. As a gust of wind descends upon us.
Sky 32, 35, thank you.
I was going to show you what we're up against as far as the wind goes. I don't know if we're in a good position to see the flags here. Well, here's one of them where our camera is pointed north now, and you can see the flags is waving directly at us.
Tower American 920 with me on the visual 365. Marking west side, American 667 Delta. So let's be quick, cross 36 right, gone in 5, American 667, I'm good. 365 American 920.
Thought we had a plane coming in over there from Bentonville, Arkansas. Maybe it's, oh, there it is. It's American Eagle Flight 5731. After a 52-minute jaunt from the home of Walmart in Bentonville, Arkansas. It's a CRJ 900ER. So I promise things will get a little things get a little more exciting as the day progresses. We're looking here for American Flight 928 737-800, which is on final approach from Albuquerque, New Mexico. There it is there. Doesn't seem to want to be in focus, does it? Brian Lloyd says, good to see everyone today. Good to see you there, Brian. Stacy Stemmen Snodgrass says, I'm on American Flight 423 to Phoenix, scheduled to depart at 1:51. Well, we'll be on the lookout for you, Stacy. If you've got Wi-Fi on board, we should see that take off from this side of the airport, I would guess. I am now scanning the skies to see what's what's in store for us next.
This is going to be a short taxi. We weren't blocked over here with the construction. 920 going to Bravo 9.
It appears that our next arrival is going to be American Eagle 5798 from Louisville.
Okay, Whiskey Julie, quick cross to right ground point,
CRJ 900 ER, but coming down the pike is an American Airlines Dreamliner from LAX 787-9. Should be here in about 3 minutes. But I can't tell if this flight is being routed over to the east side. I can't tell. A Delta flight from LAX is about to arrive over on the east side. We'll just see what happens. Allie French says, "Good day, dearest Walt." Hello to you, Allie. Happy to have you on board here. And she adds, if my clicker will work, and good day all in chat from my BA Virgin American Airways family. Connor Carlson says Qantas Flight 21 is flying over Mexico currently. And that is the one we are awaiting. The Qantas flight from Melbourne. The inaugural trip of this route, which I believe is going to be operated 3 times a week, unlike the daily service from Sydney. But it's certainly welcome, and it's the second path from Australia to DFW. So it's coming in, I think at 3:20 is when it's scheduled for. 3:20 local time. It's a little less than 2 hours from now. I think I missed a super chat from Nick. Do I see it here? I beg your patience. Thought I saw it. Oh, here it is. A £4 super chat from Nick Woodard. Great work as always, Walt. Thank you, Nick. Sorry for the delay in the acknowledgement. Sometimes I get behind here a little bit. Much appreciated, though. Phil Tovey says, "Good evening, Runway DFW. Hope you are well today. It's been very cold in Warwick all day. The temperature has been at 5 degrees Celsius all day, and tonight 1 degree Celsius, and you know what that means. It's pretty close.
Now it's 126.4.
Pretty close to freezing. Pretty close to freezing. So now we're going to turn our attention to the eastern skies, where a Delta Flight 1041 is arriving. It's an Airbus A320 coming in from Los Angeles. We won't see too much more of it than that. As it ducks behind the big hotel there. But it does look like the American Airlines Dreamliner from Los Angeles is coming in on this side. So let us open our arms and welcome American Flight 446, 787-9 Dreamliner.
Echo Yankee, Golden Shore, 36 right, American 446.
Connor Carlson says, I don't think that the DFW to Melbourne flight is the longest, but I'm pretty sure it's DFW to Auckland, New Zealand. Well, I'm going by what the official news release from DFW Airport said, which says, and I quote, "This is DFW's longest route served at 8,992 miles and a flight time of 17 and a half hours." So, you know, maybe it's... Auckland's a long flight, but I think it's a little further away to get to Melbourne from here. But they're both pretty far away. Mr. Tank 2010 says, looks like we are getting United 737 from Chicago. We don't get a lot of 737s at Harrisburg. Well, we are overflowing with 737s here, so maybe we'll send one your way. Sapling 21 says a United 757 is downwind going to turn. Is that right? There is a United 757 coming in from LAX. And it's coming in on this side. And it's about 2 minutes away. A 19-year-old. This is not a... I don't think United normally flies 757s in here, so this could be one of those sports charters. Are the Cowboys playing? I don't know what the Cowboys' schedule is. I guess I can check on that real quick.
Okay, confirm Yankee, we're cleared to cross runway 36 right, American 446. Cross 36 right, 0.65 on the bridge, American 446.
Cowboys are playing the Colts, so they're not from Los Angeles, and that is tomorrow.
Close the funnel and bridge line 36 left. We are also parking at F stand. We are not familiar.
The Dallas Mavericks play the Suns on Monday. So I don't know what this United flight would be, unless it's a one-off flight of some sort. So if you look closely, if you've got a big enough screen, you can see 3 planes on there. The one about to land is an American Eagle flight coming in from Baton Rouge in Louisiana. The one coming up on the middle of your screen there is the United flight from Los Angeles. So we'll see where it goes, if it goes to a regular terminal, if it goes to somewhere else. Now, if it's a regular scheduled flight, it would go over to Terminal E. We'd have to cross over to the east side of the airport. Otherwise, it would probably be parking in the what we call the future Terminal F, which is just to the south of Terminal D, here on this side. Or somewhere else, who knows? But boy, did we see a bunch of 757s on, what was it, Wednesday night? When we did our After Dark show. They're all cargo planes, though. So if anybody in the chat room
Third line, American 1601.
has some inside information about this 757 flight, let me know.
Go 1 wide, so that United 2552.
Connor says it's coming from LAX as the wind blows my tripod around. The Cowboys are playing the Colts and from Indianapolis, and so he doesn't know.
United American, Echo, Whiskey, Juliet, and short of 36 right, United 2552.
So let's see where it goes.
I thought you said Echo 1, United 2552.
I mean, sometimes during the holiday seasons, airlines will run one-off
Echo Juliet, short of 36 right, United 2552.
flights to kind of reposition aircraft. Or again, it could be a charter. I think charter numbers are usually higher numbers. It's been my observation. But it's good to see a passenger 757 here.
Okay, that's what's pulling us up. Okay, we made a right on Juliet, looking for, or Echo, looking for Juliet. Echo, Golf 8, and it's United 2552.
I believe that was a transmission from the United cockpit. Let's see where it goes. So it made a U-turn. It's going south after landing.
Okay, Golf 8 will cross 36 right, ground point 85, down to 2552.
And that is flight 2552.
That's 29.
I couldn't quite make out what he said.
Go Whiskey Juliet, short of 36 right, American L1.
Now the United flight is headed east. I can't tell, but it doesn't look like it's going to the bridge over to the east side.
Juliet, cross 36 right and over to ground, American 1601.
Yeah, I think it's turning into a parking space over in the Terminal F area. Or maybe it's headed to the bridge, I don't know. Yeah, it could be headed over to the bridge on a taxiway. I don't know why this is so fascinating to me. We just don't see this particular aircraft in a passenger configuration here very often, so makes it extra interesting. I was watching Kevin's unannounced or previously unannounced broadcast yesterday from LAX, where he was excited about reverse operations in the rain. And so it was a very fascinating broadcast, and the 787, I'm sorry, it was an A380. Was it an Emirates? I can't remember. I think this is parking in... This is parking in Terminal F space, so it must be a charter of some sort. So anyway, this A380 at LAX was, they were sent, I don't know if it got confused or if there was some mix-up of some sort, but it was just going all over the place in a crazy, you know, it looked like it was going to go to the north side, then the south side, and then the north side again, the south side.
Switching good American 1967.
So it looks like United is parking there in the it's generally referred to as an overflow area where Terminal F will eventually be built. But there are facilities there. You know, they can roll up stairways there, and they have I think underground. No, I don't know if they have any underground connections to the terminal. I think it's just buses that go out there. But anyway, whoever's on there, they're here now. Let's see, do we have any clues from our correspondents here? Oh, and TriStar Darren has corrected us. It was an Asiana A380. Did a tour of LAX before departing. Yeah, that was fascinating. I was watching it on Kevin's stream and also on Flight Radar, and it was just doing its tour bus impression of DFW. It was crazy. Aviation Emily says 2700s are also flights or charter flights from United. This is a 2552 is the number of this flight. So anyway, I guess I'll get off of my fascination with this plane, but Ross Jin says, I don't always get to just chill out on Saturdays, but when I do, I enjoy watching Runway DFW. Thank you, Ross. Very kind of you. Farida Med says UAL 2500s are usually charters. It's possible this plane, which originated in Vegas, flew USC back to LAX following the Pac-12 championship game last night. They may be repositioning the plane for later. Wow. That's interesting and interestinger. Deborah, TC and Delightful says, well, hello from chilly and snowy Seattle, Washington. Snowy? Really? Is that seems like it would be unusual to have snow in Seattle. Westbrook says, if I can get him up here. Hi, Walt. West from Maryland, 203 likes. Looks like it's up to 208 now. Thank you. And Sipling 21 says special plane to see because you just don't see, you rarely see passenger 757s at DFW anymore. And that is definitely the exception. I don't think there's any scheduled ones. So, and East Texas Aviation says that is a beautiful 757 complemented by that new United livery, which I wish we could see more clearly than that, but that's just the way it is with our ground conditions today. Well, there's kind of nothing going on right now. Let's play some interlude music while I take a sip of cold beverage here on Runway DFW.
Hotel American Control 63, clear 36 left.
All right, everyone, thank you for your
2 land, 36 left.
indulgence while I refreshed myself. It is coming up on 2 o'clock here, and we're hanging out with you at Runway DFW, DFW Airport, here in North Texas. Let's point our camera up at the sky. It's an interesting sky today. We've got some just kind of puffy clouds, but there's all manner of contrails in the sky today. Hear the wind rustling. That was American Flight 942. Let's go to Albuquerque, New Mexico, 737-800. can see a 777 there. I think that's a 777. No, that's a
Good afternoon, Anomaly 4016, working on the visual.
Dreamliner. Where's that going to?
Third line 365, 4016.
It's American Flight 323, it says here.
And we just need about a minute.
It's a 787-8. I don't know where it's going though.
Can't take off clearance, holding short.
It's definitely not positioning itself for a takeoff right now. Although it may be going over to the east side for that. There's one of the Skylink trains that takes passengers between terminals. So finally we get a good look at a plane from not 2 miles away, but doesn't appear to be going anywhere. I think it's just going over to the hangar facility here on the west side. But there it is with Terminal D in the background. Emre says, "Hey Walt, you missed my visit to DFW recently." Well, I apologize for that. And hey, we have Kevin stopping by from Airline Videos. Hello, Kevin. Glad to see you. We were just talking about your surprise stream yesterday when you got to see some reverse ops out there, and we were talking about that crazy Isiana A380 tour of LAX, which I don't know, there seems to be no explanation for it. It just kept going back and forth until it settled on the south runway for takeoff. It was fun to watch.
Go Whiskey Juliet, 36 right.
And we did mention earlier, Kevin, but I do want to point out to our newer viewers that we are partially powered by these wonderful Jackery batteries, which you have let us use in your absence, right there. Supplemented by our giant marine battery for a longer stream today, but thank you again, Kevin, for letting us use those. Keeps us powered up, and they'll be ready for you when you finally come back to DFW Airport. Kind of a bread and butter moment there. that 777 headed back to the terminal area and a Dreamliner coming in. It ducks in. There it goes. Goodbye. We're going to try to take a rare look at a jet blue plane coming in. We hardly ever see those here on the west side. I don't know if I've ever seen one on the west side. This one is coming in from Baston. It's an A220. And we're just barely going to be able to see it.
American 51, heavy, visual, 36 left. Clear land, American 51 heavy.
And with our ground haze today, it's hardly recognizable as a JetBlue livery, but there you go. Ducking behind the Grand Hyatt. Got another American Airlines plane coming in for some R&R, 737-800. But on final approach is American Flight 51. It's going to be a 777 coming in from London Heathrow. There it is, way out there. That's as far in as we can go on this windy Saturday afternoon. It's been flying around there for 9 hours and 46 minutes. It's an 8-year-old 777-300. I haven't even stopped to look if the British Airways A380 is coming in today. Normally it does on Saturday afternoon. I think there was one day recently it wasn't flying, or it was replaced by a smaller aircraft. So I'm going to have to check on that. It's normally the highlight of any afternoon here at DFW, but we do have the inaugural Qantas flight coming in from Melbourne this afternoon on a Dreamliner, and it should be here in the next hour of Runway DFW. Kevin Davies says there's an American Airlines Dreamliner coming in from Tokyo. Well, we'll catch that if it comes in on this side, which it should.
Okay, well, we're on.
I see it now.
Flight,
About 6 minutes away, coming in from Narita, that Dreamliner. The camera is panning itself now in the wind. I don't know how it's doing that, but it's kind of
Departure 1456.
it's automatically following this plane without me touching the tripod. And I see that Kevin says rain is no longer in the forecast for LAX on Sundays. That's good news for the now traditional Sunday Sunday all day spectacular from Airline Videos Live. So that should be fun with Kevin and Rudy hanging out there at LAX. Kind of on the lookout now for what's coming in. Looks like the flight from Narita is circling to the south of us, and it will be here just a couple minutes. Again, that's American Flight 60 from Narita Airport in Tokyo. And I didn't mean to do that. Just trying to get us an alternate shot here for a second or two. Looking back at the east tower of DFW Airport and the skyline of Dallas behind it. Carlwyn with the news that British Airways A380 is coming in from London,
Final 36 left.
landing at 3:57. So
Land 36 left, American 60 headed.
we've got some good action coming in the next hour. So yeah, the A380 at 3:25, says AJ Davis. That's just a little over an hour from now. And Aviation Emily says QF21, Qantas Flight 21 coming in 43 minutes. And now we got to get ready for the arrival of that flight from Tokyo. So I'm pointing in the right direction. I don't see it yet. I'm looking at a, what is this, a 7-inch monitor on top of my camera. It's got a sun hood on it. It's classified as an ultra bright monitor. Oh, there it is. It's way up there.
Over departure, American 2854, good day.
So 787-9 Dreamliner on final approach to runway 36 left. And this will be the finale of a flight that has endured for 10 hours and 26 minutes. I'm not getting arrested, am I?
Not yet.
Okay.
Just wonder what you're doing.
Okay. Let me get this flight landing here and I'll explain it to you in just a second. So we have a flight from the Department of Public Safety here at DFW, so let me talk to him for a second.
Tower Shuttle 5787, visual for 36 left. Third lane off 36 left, Air Shuttle 5787. Delta 21. Whiskey, or Echo Whiskey Juliet, cleared to cross 36 right, American, 60 heavy, and we'll switch over. Yeah, American 1463 over Joe. This is clear to land, American 1463, chance right there.
All right, so everything is cool. We just had a conversation with some airport officers who wanted to make sure that I wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary here. And actually, I've been doing this for a year now. That's the first time that I had ever faced any questions about what I do. I think there's been one or two times when a officers just stopped by and said hello, but so anyway, I think we're good. AJ Davis says, where can we see your schedule so we can come and watch your show? Well, we don't have any schedule really. Usually our flight, our appearances are scheduled within 24 hours of our appearance because a number of factors, wind and weather and my personal availability. So usually we're out here one morning a week. We've been starting most recently at 5 a.m. and going till 9. But again, the day of the week is dependent on a number of factors. And then one night last week, we tried a late night broadcast at 10 o'clock. And that was kind of fun. But I don't know how often we can do that, so we'll see. Kevin with the kind offer to say, tell them to call me Walt, LOL, at Runway DFW. Kevin, I'm sure you've been through that many times, coming and being questioned by the local constables. So, but we're good. And again, I have no problem with answering any questions or supplying any information, because they're just doing their job. They want to make sure everything is safe. Here comes American Airlines Flight 1463 arriving from Chicago O'Hare. 737-800 touching down. And if you're just joining us and you're saying, Walt, that picture is awfully blurry. Can't you focus your camera? And no, it's just because we're having atmospheric issues here at the airport. The ground is warmer than the air, or vice versa, and it creates a disturbance in the force, and that's what we get when we have to zoom in that far, because the planes are landing about 2 miles away from where we are.
Looking at about 118 west side probably.
So that's really about the best.
Roger, Echo, Whiskey just across 365.
Really about the best we can do. We don't have any control over that. I was speculating earlier that I bet there'll be some day, in probably the not too distant future, when somebody comes up with an algorithm for video, so when you zoom in on a shot like this and it's all messed up because of atmosphere, that you can turn on this filter and it'll just sharpen it right up. I anticipate that will happen at some point. And if you're some kind of technical genius and you've already figured that out, let me know. Storin Ungehauer, hope I pronounced that right, says hello from Germany, and thanks for the joke with 15:57 p.m., not to be confused with 15:57 a.m. Yeah, 24-hour time. We're not too big on 24-hour time here in the U.S. Vivek Shetye says, good afternoon, Walt and everyone. Hello to you. Marco Hinton says, did Air France come in yet? I don't think so. I haven't seen it. Although it usually does come in by now. Let me see if I can get that figured out. Yeah, I don't see an Air France on the docket, or at least as far as anything that's arriving, so... maybe we missed it. I'm hearing some kind of a noise in the background. Is that from the scanner? Yes. Silly scanner. Well, we should be getting a Finnair flight from Helsinki. That has been delayed until 3:28. So we'll be seeing that in the next hour. Got a Qatar Airways flight from Doha, an A350, arriving at estimated to arrive at 3:47. And again, for your reference, it's 2:19 here in the Central Time Zone. So another flight for the next hour. see a 747 cargo flight scheduled to arrive from Mexico City in the 4 o'clock hour. And a Cargolux from Anchorage, 747, which is scheduled to arrive at 5:22, along with a Qatar cargo from Los Angeles, also in the 5 o'clock hour. So we're trying to stay for those flights. And the British Airways A380 from London will be here just before 4 o'clock Central Time. It's supposed to come in at 3:25. It'll be about 30 minutes late. So let's see what else we got going here.
Tower Frontier Flight 2134 is visual, 36 left.
I don't see an Air France anywhere on
Still
on the
Flight 2134.
on what we've got coming up this afternoon. So maybe we missed it. Maybe it's not flying today. Well, I've turned down our scanner because it's locked into something.
Switch departure, Scouting 575.
So it's got some interference on that connection. Well, back to the planes. We've got a Frontier flight. Flight number 2134. It's an Airbus A320 Neo. It will be here momentarily from Las Vegas. There it is, kind of in the right center of your screen. What's this here? I thought that was a go-round for a minute, but I think it's just the
Departure, boutique 950.
the departure from the east side, which
Tower hello, on 4163 and then visual 365.
gets that vector that goes off to that side. I think.
Number 4163.
No, it took off from this side. It just took off from the west side here. It just got off real quick and angled around, and that was it. So back to the Frontier flight. I don't think we'll be able to see it, but for the record, the tail of this plane will be featuring Scout the Pine Martin. Let's take a look back at the
Echo
sky.
Yankee short, 36 right.
You can see the array of contrails we have on offer this afternoon. There's one over here I was interested in. Trying to make out what that is on the flight radar. Yeah, couldn't make that out.
Across 36 right, Yankee Bridge, 65, Frontier Flight 2134.
Somebody was saying earlier you don't need flight radar today. You just look at the sky and the planes are all plotting their own pathways. Could be a Southwest jet going from Houston to Salt Lake City. But couldn't guarantee it. So there you go. Look at the sky over this big airport.
Roll to Echo, cross 26 right.
Don't really have anything going on right now, do we? Kind of killing time.
Appreciate you getting on.
Mary Extraordinaire says, I don't find any flights on Air France to DFW. This is my first time using Flight Radar 24, so... Yeah, they may... I don't think Air France had a daily flight here, but I thought they did fly on Saturdays, so... They may have changed their schedule with the advent of the winter months. It's entirely possible. 25 Fit says tuning in online and in person, so wherever you are, 25 Fit, welcome to you. Glad you're here. Karen is asking Gerard if we're still waiting for Qantas to arrive, and yes we are. It's running late today. Supposed to have been here at 12:45, I think. And it's been pushed way back to the 3 o'clock hour. So about an hour from now is when it's supposed to be here. Andrew Molson says, gotta go, being shouted to help. Bye, everyone. Bye, Andrea. Hope you can come back, but if you can't, glad to have you with us. And Emery says, looks like the Southwest flight flying overhead earlier is from Omaha to Houston. Well, it looked like it was going from... It looks like it was going south to north from my perspective, but who knows? We have a fire vehicle now being deployed. It's not running with siren. Perhaps this is going to be used to welcome the flight from Melbourne with a water cannon salute. Could that be? That'd be fun.
Tower American 1251, synthesized car for 365.
Those snazzy blue stripes on that vehicle.
Clear to land, 36 left, American 1251.
American Airlines Flight 2939, 737-800 is now landing after
Southwest 584 is on the visual 36 left.
after an hour and 7 minutes in the air from McAllen, Texas, in the southern part of the state.
Good line. 36 left, Selecta 584, port command to appropriate aviation.
And our next arrival is coming from Los Angeles. It's American Flight 1251 in Airbus A321. Coming in from SoCal. And if you are just joining our broadcast, and if you saw the poster that promoted this broadcast, we are waiting for Qantas flight from Melbourne, the inaugural flight from Melbourne coming in just about an hour from now, so hang in with us there for that. And that will be followed by a delayed flight from the only Airbus A380 we see here, British Airways, coming in from London. So lots to see this afternoon, albeit we have this kind of visual disadvantage because we have north flow going today. Next arrival is a FlexJet. FlexJet Flight 584. It's a Bombardier Challenger 350. Which originated in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Cross 36 right, Yankee, and ground on top of the
Is
bridge.
it too
Point down to the
tiny for our camera to focus on? I'm going to say maybe yes.
Good day, American.
Well, now that we're getting some takeoffs, we may turn our attention to those instead of landings for the time being. We'll catch this one as it comes in as best we can. It's just pretty smushy, that picture, isn't it? Let's go over here. Oh, here we go. This is Spirit Flight 360, an Airbus A320 Neo lifting off for Las Vegas.
Cross 36 right, we'll switch ground into Yankee Bridge, American 1251.
Mike G says, I understand that Iberia, the Spanish airline, have done a deal to fly into DFW. Is that correct? Yeah, they've been flying here since earlier this year. I don't know what their current... I think they come in late and leave late. We saw them go out the other night around midnight. This American Airbus A321 is off to San Antonio, Texas.
What about you today?
I kind of botched that, didn't I? Wind picks up. As I search for our next flight, it's going to be American flight, I'm going to say 1112. It's an Airbus A319 way down there, and it's going to Eagle. I said Eagle. Eagle, Colorado. I think I need a sip of coffee beverage here. Okay, I think I've kind of figured out what that interference was. Excuse me for a second. It was coming from our hotspot, which was a little too close to the cable for our scanner. So I think I just have to separate those two.
Departure 1112, good day. I'm going to try to pick up the arrival of Avianca flight 440. It's an Airbus A320 coming in on the east side. So we won't see too much of it. But I'm not seeing any of it right now. There it is. We're looking at this because there's really nothing else going on right now. So we've got a long distance plane spotting going on this afternoon. So long, Avianca. Ty says, Ben Thomas just subscribed. Hello, Ben. Thank you. Ty says, is this it? Just joining. Yeah, this is it. Qantas Flight 21 is descending not far from Dallas. It's near Eastland, says Carlin Davies. And Emery says American Flight 71 from Frankfurt is due to arrive in 30 minutes. So we'll be here for that. As we check out more of our sky patterns today. They're kind of subtle, but just a lot of contrails today. Qantas Flight 21 making its turn to Dallas, says Carlwyn. Let me check here. Yeah, it's about 6 minutes away. The flight from Melbourne. This again is a 787-9. It has now been in the air for 15 hours and 7 minutes. And when it gets here, it will have traveled about almost 9,000 miles. See if we can pick it up on the Flight Radar 24. So now we're going to switch over to our Flight Radar 24. Is this going to work? There it is. So there you see the map on the right. Kind of gives you the indication of where it is. It's about 29 miles away right now. And with that view you can see the other flights being tracked in the sky.
Tower American 852 Charlie left. Under certain side fiddle and 36 left American 8.
It would be pretty cool to be on that first flight from Melbourne, wouldn't it? Arya's World says, "Hi Runway DFW." Hello to you, Arya. And we say hello to Deborah Rice as well. Hello everyone. So this is our featured flight of the day, and we'll be seeing it here in person very shortly. Well, let's switch back to live action, shall we? For this Aero Mexico Connect flight taking off for Mexico City. It's an Embraer 190.
Over departure 126.47. Have a great one. Coaster 2689.
Our next departure going to be American Eagle Flight 4938. It's a CRJ 701ER off to Wichita Falls, Texas. Just a hop, skip, and a jump from here. I think it's about a 25 minute flight, under 30 minutes. certainly among the shortest flights we see here, although we see a lot of short flights to Texas destinations and southern Oklahoma destinations.
Qantas is just over the 76 tower here.
Oh, thank you. I think we've got Qantas about second in line for arrival now. And again, this is Flight 21 coming in from Melbourne, the inaugural flight. And will it see a water cannon salute? We'll see. What you're looking at there should be American Flight 390 coming in from Mexico City. 737-800 there in the center of your screen. But here, I think this will be the Qantas flight, if I am not mistaken. So there it is. Coming in on the east side currently is American Flight 71 from Frankfurt, but ordinarily we take a peek at that, but this is special. This Qantas flight, which DFW Airport calls the longest or the furthest passenger destination currently on the schedule.
Alright, cross 36 right at Whiskey Juliet, ground 85 American 1850.
It's a Dreamliner 787-9.
Good afternoon.
Qantas will be operating this flight from Melbourne 3 times a week to DFW. It has been in the air for 15 hours and 14 minutes. And I'm guessing the flight back to Melbourne is going to take longer than that because of the headwinds. So here we go with the second destination, the second Australian destination that you can now reach here at DFW. So to all our friends down under, good day, mate. Or mates, or Sheilas, I guess is the term for women. I don't know if that's a derogatory term or not.
Yeah, have a great day, Envoy 3936.
This aircraft was supposed to arrive about 2 hours ago. Running a little late for its inaugural run, but that's okay.
Okay, copy that. 12647, Flexjet 96.
So there it goes, almost time to stretch their legs. So get ready to go through customs. Flight 21. Its first trip from Melbourne.
36 right at Juliet, ground 5 American 39.
Now let's see if it gets a water cannon salute. That's what I'm wondering about. It is a significant new route, to be sure.
Good day.
Rebecca 3.0 says, "Good day, welcome."
Cross 36 left, to the rim. We're looking at
Carlwyn says 15 hours and 45-minute flight from Melbourne. Karen Monson says, "Welcome to DFW." Of course, Qantas already has a daily flight from Sydney. And this again will be thrice every week from Melbourne. It's always great to see more international service here at DFW. Mary Extraordinaire says, "Welcome, Qantas." East Texas Aviation says, "It's crazy how connected DFW has become in the last few years." OAG, the airline or the airline data collecting organization, says has ranked DFW as the world's #2 Megahub after Chicago O'Hare. And I believe that's based on the number of international destinations that can be reached. So it's waiting to go to its gate, and maybe just maybe we'll see a water cannon salute. You can see in the background there an United 757, which ordinarily we don't see here. It came in earlier this afternoon as either a charter or a repositioning flight. I'm sure those passengers are saying, "Let us off. We want to walk around in Dallas here." Can you imagine if you're on that flight from Melbourne and you've got to change planes to another flight now? Yeesh. But that's one reason it comes here, is because of the connection possibilities. But I haven't seen any evidence yet of whether it's going to be getting a traditional water cannon salute yet. You would think. That's what I need to do. I need to get some digital water cannon that I can superimpose on aircraft that are worthy of that. I'll have to work on that. Austin, Texas Plane Spotter says, yes, they are getting a salute. So, we did see earlier one of the DFW Fire Brigade trucks moving out towards the other side of the airport, but and they're behind that United plane. You can kind of see the kind of greenish, the bright green color of what may be a fire truck. So I don't know how much of it we're going to be able to see if they do have a water salute, but we'll bring it to you live here on Runway DFW if we can. See some activity there. Oh, look there. Oh, I see some. Well, no, there's like ground operations trucks down there. We're doing a lot of speculating here at Runway DFW this afternoon. Ah, there you go. Look at that. Welcome to DFW.
Number 2.
I got a nice little bath.
Departure shut up at 1078 today.
I was very surprised that didn't happen when the 380 returned, when British Airways started flying the 380 here earlier this year. Now, we'd had 380s here before, and British Airways was not establishing service from London because they already had daily flights. So maybe that went into the equation. Maybe that just because this is a new route. There you go. Brian Lloyd said that's pretty cool. Robert Brune calls it a bird bath. And John Driscoll says nice. There you go. Water salute, says Chuck Tolsma. K-Pop Vibe says, good morning from Melbourne. What a historic flight. DFW Instagram has confirmed a fire truck is waiting for a water cannon. So there you go. I'm glad we could send our signal down under to you guys and gals. And Carwin says, Qantas is parking at gate D14.
Tower 353 with you 361.
All right, well, back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Tower 353 with you 361.
How about watching a Delta flight take off? Would that be fun?
Clear to land. We're at the approach loop now at 353.
It's off to Minneapolis, St. Paul. It's an Airbus A220.
Cross 36 left, back to the contact ground at 7. Sorry about that. Cross 36 right, air 762.
It says Delta on the bottom, so it must be a Delta plane.
Have a good day.
Got a plane flying into the sun over there. I hope it comes out the other side. Well, not quite as exciting an arrival, but it is American Airlines Flight 353. It is coming in from Puerto Vallarta in Mexico to 737-800. Mike Greeno says, well, he has a super chat with no message. It says £5. So thank you, Mike. Much appreciated. As we often point out, we use your super chat donations to help improve our broadcast through equipment and to help us pay for our streaming expenses. So many thanks. Trying to see what we got coming up next year. I know there must be something. I see a couple aircraft down at the south end of runway 36 right. The next one looks like it's going to be American Airlines Flight 2969. Making its way to Phoenix. Be an A321. I don't know if that's it there. You can kind of see on the left side of your screen. Oh no, that's it there. See, these are things which are only barely visible to the naked eye from where we are, and that again, they're taking off from about 2 miles away from us.
Departure 2969, see you.
So we're just kind of easing on down from all that water cannon excitement. Here goes American Flight 1548. It is bound for Los Angeles, California, an Airbus A320.
American 665, visual 36 left. 36 left, clear to land, American 665.
Departure American 1548.
Hi, short of Zulu, 665.
So I should point out that we're coming to you from DFW Founders Plaza, and there you see some of the aircraft aficionados who are hanging out here to watch what's going on. It is a parking spot, a place to got picnic tables. It's got a nice lawn to hang out on. And it's free and it's open 24 hours a day. Hey, we were talking about this earlier. Planes being towed out of the hangar. And there's an American Eagle Embraer 175 being towed from the American hangar here on the west side over to the terminal area. But we did make note that there aren't any heavy aircraft, 777s or Dreamliners, which get the same courtesy. They have to kind of be piloted out there, because I am told there was an incident a few years back involving a tug which got which stopped, but I think it was a 777 it was tugging did not stop, and it got overrun. So I guess the policy here is to let the bigger planes cross the runways from the hangar and back on under their own power. Because I haven't seen anything bigger than a plane like this being tugged across the runway.
Off to departure. Have a great day, American 1673.
Does appear to be a pilot in the cockpit, or somebody in the cockpit. Hi, Walt. Do you see any aircraft flying over AT&T Stadium providing the aerial coverage for the Big 12 Championship? Well, we don't. The AT&T Stadium is to the south of us. Don't have a real clear. We don't have a clear view of it from here. And I had my filters set on my phone.
Cross 36 right, golf to the rim, for your local 248.
But
Under northbound on Echo parking on.
at least on Flight Radar 24, I'm not seeing any planes or aircraft circling the AT&T Stadium.
Whiskey Juliet, cross runway 36 right, ground point 85, American 665. Contact Ranger departure envoy 3723, good day.
So I'm not seeing anything lined up to take off here right now. Got some planes coming in though.
If you'd like us to stay with you, we'll switch over to point 85.
A couple of American Eagle flights followed by
Copy that for 248, monitor 24.15.
what looks to be a Spirit flight coming in from Las Vegas. So a bit of a lull for us here at the big airport. That is the view looking south.
Tower, hello, American 2743 is with you, coming up on Charlie.
This is American Airlines Flight 4915 coming in from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Where it departed 46 minutes ago. So as I said before, we get a lot of these hour or less flights
Clear, trying to check in, Bob in there, correction, Charlie inbound.
To a number of destinations in Texas and Oklahoma and Louisiana, Arkansas.
All right, clear to land 36 left, Mike.
And statistically, most of the people who come in on flights like this are off to change planes somewhere, to somewhere else.
Well, hold on, left is 68499 left line 03
There again is our sky, populated by contrails today.
Right, that we have cleared the line 36 left on left 34.
I don't even know what to say about this shot, except that, well, there's lots of airplanes in the sky this afternoon. And a nice bright sun. Well, we have American Airlines Flight 2743 coming in from San Diego at this time. Let us shift our focus over to that if we can. I haven't burned out our lens.
Alright, north.
It's an Airbus A321. The next arrival for you on Runway DFW, live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport here in Texas. Carl Wynn Davies says Finnair flight, or the A350 is doing 11 minutes coming in from Helsinki. It usually comes in on this side of the airport, but I don't know, since we have north flow today, if it will arrive on the other side or not. It often takes off back to Helsinki from the east side, but it almost always comes in on this side, the west side. So we'll have to see what our pals in the control tower have in store for us this afternoon. We will next say bienvenidos to Viva Aerobus. They're up in the sky. It's coming to us from Monterey. It's an Airbus A320. Relatively short flight from Monterey. I'm told this has the Raiders livery. Oh, well, what is it? Las Vegas Raiders, I think. So we have special livery. Kind of with the pirate on the tail, so at least that's what my picture says here. So maybe we'll follow this after it lands so we can get a better look at this livery, because I've never seen this before. There's an American jet which just came out of the hangar. Just going to photobomb our landing here. But yeah, let's see what this looks like.
Cross 36 right, Whiskey Juliet, and then 25 minutes. Alright, clear to cross 36 right, ground point 65 Inch Bridge, zero wing control.
Cross 36 left, hold short to 36 right, local 921.
Your jacket? Let's get your jacket.
716, departure, man.
Well, there you go.
Whiskey Juliet, St. Paul Shot, runway 36 right, 634.
For our international viewers, the Raiders are an American football club. I think they were in San Diego for a long time, and I think they're in Las Vegas now. I don't know. I'm not a sports guy. So I was not expecting that.
Cross 36 right, 0.65 on the Inky Bridge for locals 921.
Tower report 11. Tower report 11, we are holding short of runway 36 right for inspection and
Hamiman Travel says, good evening everyone from the UK. We welcome you. Texas Rail Fan Aviation says, how did you put ATC into the stream? Well, we've got a scanner which picks up the signals from the tower, and we pipe that into our audio mixer, and so that's how we do it. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it works better than other times, but it seems to be working right now. Had a little bit of an audio problem earlier, which I have been able to ascribe to proximity to our hotspot, which is what sends our signal out to the interwebs.
We'll cross off with 36 right on Whiskey Julia and we'll contact ground and 2185 on latitude 34. Pressure 233, fast track today.
Runway 36 right, close, 411.
There go the Raiders, or at least the plane bearing their insignia. Headed over to a gate at the International Terminal D. Uncle Car Guy says, hello, Walt Delta Airlines Flight 8864 carrying the Colt 767-400. If you can catch it. Let me see. I'm looking for it. So hang on a second.
Tower American DC 20 on the Google Business Class. Clear to land American 1820.
It's so flight 8864 is scheduled to arrive here, or estimated to arrive here at 4:32. So about an hour from now. That'll be a Boeing 767-400. So I'll try to be on alert for that. Thank you for the heads up. I see our moderator, Bill Platt, saying, hello all, been here for a bit, but just hanging low today, that's fine. I spy a sun country. Sun Country has several different liveries. That's one of them. It has arrived from Las Vegas. It's headed over to Terminal E, over on the other side of the airport.
Wagon 1584 is with you, approaching Bob at 2900. Land 36 left, 1584.
That there is American Flight 2927, just touching down from Tucson, Arizona, an Airbus A321. After a journey of 1 hour and 38 minutes. If we can catch it, we're about to see a flight. Is that it? There's a little Pilatus PC-12/45. It's a single engine plane. We don't see a lot of here other than cargo planes. I'm looking for it now down at the south end of Flight 36 right. But I'm definitely not seeing it. That's American Flight 1820, just arriving from Ontario, California, in Airbus A321. We're looking for this little Pilatus flight. Anybody see a plane down there? Well, according to flight radar, it's getting into position to take off. And should be somewhere in that general vicinity. Am I not going down far enough? Well, if we don't see it momentarily, I'll switch over to the next incoming flight, which is American 1584 from Las Vegas. The ground haze is still making a little fuzzy, but it's a little bit clearer than it was earlier today. Still not really great. And now, let's see if we can find this other plane that was going to take... There it is. No wonder I couldn't see it. It's tiny.
Tower American 1048, visual 36 left.
Not really hep to everything in general aviation, but I think the Pilatus planes, don't they have
Yankee cross 36 right.
a
Bridge, American 1820.
a mechanism where they can,
Departure 1, did you want?
like they have some kind of parachute system which can lower the plane to the ground in case of some sort of an emergency? I think that's what they have. Look at the clouds, how they've descended on us this afternoon.
36 left.
It was perfectly clear when we got here earlier, for the most part. Uncle Car Guy, our contact in Indianapolis, says, big Indianapolis news. Delta Airlines will have a flight from Paris. They will announce that December 2022 it will be Indianapolis's first heavy passenger flight. Wow, that's pretty cool information.
So there are no landings in the afternoon? I don't see any flights landing?
They're all coming from the other side.
From the side? There's no landing
Not this side because of the wind today. So I was talking to someone who is who's visiting. I was expecting the planes to land from the north, but I was just talking to my audience. So he's a little disappointed, as we are, that we can't bring you planes landing right in front of us, but it's just the way things are.
Hold short, 36.
The next plane to arrive is going to be American Airlines Flight 1048. It's an Airbus A321. Boy, those clouds are just spectacular this afternoon. Where do they come from? And did I say it's an Airbus A321? It's coming from Los Angeles. It's a flight of 2 hours and 24 minutes. I just want to go back to those clouds. It's kind of unusual. It's that kind of wavy pattern. I'm no meteorologist. I don't know what kind of clouds those are. Alicia Das says the sky reminds me of an abalone shell. She says, look at that sky. And Uncle Car Guy says that Delta flight charter with the Colts on it is just 52 minutes out. So we'll be here for that as we savor this North Texas sky. I like it. American Airlines Flight 20 is headed for a takeoff position. It is a 777-300, which will be going to London Heathrow. I don't know if we can see it in that shot, but I believe it's pulled out of its bay. See if I can find it here for you.
Yankee cross 36 right over to ground American 1048. We'll see you.
Meanwhile, there's a little clearer view of that United 757 charter. Oh, now with a stairway attached to it. Hadn't seen... I'm sure there must have been some people getting out, but I don't know if that's... Yeah, it's a stairway, yeah. That's kind of a mystery plane. I don't know where that's... I can't remember where it came from. But yeah, our view is clearing just a little bit here in the later afternoon hours. Still looking for this 777. Where is it? Where's that 777?
I see it on the radar as though it's moving, but I don't see it in real life. Is this it? No. It's a mystery. It's so weird. You see something clearly moving on the radar, and yet I am not seeing it in person. I'm looking for it with my other camera, so you're not seeing what I'm seeing, but which is a good thing because I'm just kind of bouncing back and forth looking at things. Meanwhile, here's a 787 which arrived on the east side from Madrid, Spain, just a short time ago. It's American Flight 37. It's a Dreamliner which is headed now to Terminal D to discharge its pasajeros. I probably didn't pronounce that right. And it looks like the flight to London is, wherever it may be now, it's going over to the east side for a departure. It's crossing the bridge, so I think we missed it. So what's going on down here? There's that United plane. There's a Sun Country plane and a Contour jet parked over there in the Terminal F area. There's no terminal there, but that's where it will be someday. Let's do a quick transition here to catch the arrival of Spirit Airlines coming in from Las Vegas. It's an Airbus A320 flight 868. And I pushed the wrong button, so you didn't see it. It's definitely becoming way more overcast here just all of a sudden. Which will make the departure pictures a lot more interesting, as we'll see when we catch our next departure. There's a Mesa Airlines plane being towed over to the terminal area. Look how dark the sky is back there, relatively speaking. Okay, we've got Qatar Airways Flight 99C coming in from Doha over on the east side. Let's see if we can zero in on that for you. It's an A350. And regrettably, we won't be able to present you with the entire landing. We'll follow it along as best we can until it disappears behind buildings.
Give way on the toe.
We will, however, get a glimpse of it as it taxis over to Terminal D in a short period of time.
Ben's Plane Productions has asked the question, is flying from Dallas to Hawaii safe with ETOPS? And ETOPS is the authorization that two-engine planes get to have over-water flights of long distance. And I don't know that there are too many planes that fly to Hawaii that aren't ETOPS.
36 left, turn land, runway 2599.
That is to say, I don't think there's any, well, there's not many four-engine flights that go to Hawaii from the USA. It's all two-engine planes these days, for the most part, that I'm aware of. So let's see if we can shift over here. It looks like the American Flight 20 to London Heathrow is about to take off from the east side. So let us see if we can catch it going up, and away. Just love this sky today. Okay, so we'll fix our lens here. Flight 20 is about to roll down the runway, if it hasn't started already. And it is off. So let's see where it goes into the sky, and we'll see if we can get it for you. Another service of Runway DFW. There it is. Off to London it goes. Hang on a second, I've got to find a power source for my iPad here, which is running low on batteries. So bear with me for a moment or two. Cable, plug, got it. Okay. Ooh, the wind is picking up. Frankly Flying says, Walt, how is Camera 5 performing on your streams relative to your expectations? And he is talking about our new camera which we use for nighttime operations. It is a hang on, I'll talk about that in a second. Here comes American Flight 280, 777, arriving from Seoul, South Korea.
that flight's almost 12 hours. It's 11 hours and 48 minutes. And that is a 20th century aircraft. When was it built, Jingle Singers?
1999.
We had low volume there. Can you speak up a little bit?
1999.
Okay.
Airport 65, Yankee, cross the 36 right, on the bridge, 25.
American 2846, charge 3.1.
So coming up on 4 o'clock, not quite yet, but almost, here in the central time zone of the USA. And we expect in the next hour to see the mighty A380 arriving from London. Let's get a glimpse of this Qatar plane here, one that came in from Doha on the east side, which we saw just the initial part of its landing. So it's circled around and it's headed over to Terminal D. The World Cup capital of the world, Doha. I believe Qatar Airways flies twice a day between here and Doha. They may even have put on more flights for the World Cup, I'm not sure. So anyway, Frankly Flying was asked, how's Camera 5 performing? I'm really loving it. I mean, the one thing I miss relative to this camera is the fact that it's a manual zoom. So you can't just press a button and have it zoom in and out. But aside from that, the camera, you can find a link to information about it in our description of this broadcast. It's a Sony Alpha 7S II. coupled with a Sigma 150 to 600 millimeter lens. So it's a lot of camera, and it just makes incredible pictures in the dark. And if you need a reference point for that, you can look back at our most recent stream from earlier this week, our first Runway DFW After Dark, which was our first stream entirely in the dark. We didn't, usually we'll wind up in the dark, or we'll start in the dark and wind up in the daytime, but this one was just 10 o'clock to midnight Central Time. And we were pretty much here to see freight, and we saw a lot of freight. That was kind of fun. We'll do it again. This is American Flight 2846. It took off in Salt Lake City, and it's an Airbus A321. And yeah, as we go into the late afternoon hours, and maybe as the sun goes behind clouds, the picture's a little bit clearer as we look way down there at the other end of the runway. That makes it nice for us, nice for you. Uncle Car Guy says British Airways is just a few minutes out. It's and it is. It's Flight 193. The Airbus A380. So here we go, just before 4 o'clock. And there it is. And there it is, the A380 alarm, which goes off every time the A380 comes in. So far away that we're not having good focus on that today, are we? This is normally the highlight of the afternoon. So if you've turned away from your view screens for a little bit, this is the A380 coming in from London, British Airways Flight 193. Wiggling its tail at us.
Okay, it's about 1580.
And Greg Huber says, behold the flying forehead. Alan Schwartz says, how the music stings and themes looking from a warm Melbourne, Australia, 95 degrees for the start of summer.
Keep painting those word pictures, Walt. Well, I hope when you say 95 degrees in Melbourne, I hope that's not Celsius. That'd be pretty warm.
Heavy metal, says Vince Las Vegas. Car guy says, Walt, the Delta Airlines charter has entered Texas, and he's referring to the charter plane from Indianapolis, which is allegedly carrying the Indianapolis Colts football club for a meet-up with the Dallas Cowboys tomorrow. I can't begin to tell you how different the sky is from when we first got here. It was bright, sunny, and clear. And it's like somebody snapped their fingers. Now I'm seeing that Dallas-bound 767 Delta flight. Flight radar 24 telling me it's coming in going to be here in about 25 minutes. Meanwhile, there's another Delta jet. And I'll tell you where it's going in just a minute. And that appears to have been going to Los Angeles, that Airbus A320. And there you get the size comparison between a super jumbo and a regular old narrow body jet. There is a difference.
I
I can't believe that my thermometer is telling me it's 57 degrees Fahrenheit here, and I'm
Circulant 36 left.
starting to get a chill. Our moderator Gerard says, who's speaking to Ross, says, I heard rumors that they serve Starbucks on British Airways flights. I can't confirm or deny that. I've never been on a British Airways flight. But I'm going to take a sip of Starbucks right now. And there you go. That was my iced Americano. All right, enough blathering about coffee. Here I was just telling you how cold I am, and yet I'm drinking iced Americano. Go figure.
Carry 99337, ILS 36 left.
We don't usually have such a patterned background for our departing flights. It's kind of nice. Now arriving from John Wayne Airport in Santa Ana, California. We have for you American Airlines Flight 2764. Karen Monson says, those American Airlines tails look so nice parked at the gates like that. There are a lot of them. Uncle Car Guy asks, do you think the Delta Airlines charter will go your way or the other way? And, you know, I can't really say for sure. It would make sense for it to come in on this side because it's got a park on this side. That was American Flight 713. An Airbus A320 going to... kind of lost track of where that's going. Here's United Flight 337.
most recently in Denver, but now favoring us with a visit.
Tower American 483 o'clock. Quit land 365 American 408.
I'm going to say that's one of United's older aircraft. What do you think? Shall we check on that? Yep.
1997.
Still flying after all these years. Well, it's like 4:15 and it's getting dark out here. I guess it's partly because of the clouds, but partly because it just gets dark earlier this time of year. A couple more weeks and we'll have the shortest day. So we're still waiting for, I'd say, 2 more things before we sign off for the afternoon. We're waiting for this Delta flight carrying the Colts football team. And that should be here in about 15 minutes. And we're looking forward to seeing the delayed flight of Finnair coming in from Helsinki. I don't think we missed that yet. The little dot on your screen in the upper right-hand corner is American Flight 408 arriving from Bozeman, Montana.
Tower afternoon, American 1405, just outside Chark. Left to land, American 1405, thanks, sir.
Well, I guess we must have missed the Helsinki flight. It landed at 3:39, so sorry about that, folks. Snuck in on us. Well, there's the touchdown of the Bozeman flight. Not seeing anything in the takeoff lanes of DFW right now here on the west side anyway. So did you get to see, were you here for any of the excitement?
Yeah, I was over on the other end with Jacob.
Oh.
Yeah, we saw you caught the water canyon.
Yeah.
Shot.
Yeah.
Great shot. We watched it from there.
Oh, wow. It's Angela, one of our viewers. Also a plane spotter. And she was over on the other side of the airport to see the arrival of the plane coming in from Melbourne. Well, our next arrival is there in the sky. It's American Flight 1405. Coming in from Phoenix, Arizona, an Airbus A321. Uncle Car Guy says the Delta plane is coming in on the other side of the airport. Don't see it yet. Well, I see it. MPG64 saying, any UPS planes today? Well, there are UPS planes today. They're just parked over next to us, but I don't see any activity.
Hello, American 25, left.
Back to those overcast skies. And somewhere over in that direction is the charter that's coming in from Indianapolis. It's now to the southeast of the airport. It's going to circle round, and we're going to see if it favors us with a landing or if it goes over to the east side. There's that crazy sky. And there at the bottom of your screen are the UPS planes, which are idle for today. American Eagle Flight 4955 off to Durango? No. Del Rio. Close. Del Rio, Durango. All right, I'm looking now at the flight path of Delta Flight
Yankee cross 36 right, 0.65 on the bridge, American 1405.
Delta Flight 8864 coming in from Indianapolis, the charter with the Colts on it. It's funny, we saw a Las Vegas Raiders livery earlier this afternoon, a Viva Aerobus. I don't think it had any players on it. It was coming in from Monterey. And now we may get to see the actual plane of a team. What have we here? It's American Flight 2580. It's an Airbus A319. Coming in from Morelia in Mexico. A little more than 2 hours in flight. A successful touchdown. We have a Qatar cargo plane coming in. It's a 777, flight 8900, arriving from Los Angeles. And Uncle Car Guy, I'm going to say that the charter plane carrying the Indianapolis Colts is going to be coming in on this side of the airport. At least that's what the vectors look like to me. Well, Charlotte Man is saying our competition, our worthy competition from OZ Gaming 9, that they caught the Helsinki flight on their stream as his last plane. So that's why we have competition, right? So I think we will call it a day after we get the Qatar Cargo 777 coming in, which will be right behind the Indianapolis Colts plane, which again is a Delta 767. I think what you're looking at there is just the plane just ahead of the Delta flight. This is American Flight 1716, an A319 coming in from Durango, Colorado. But now I do see behind it the Delta flight. Let's see if we can pick it out of the sky. There it is. Wow.
DFW Tower, good afternoon, Delta 8864 Heavy is inbound 36 left.
Focus gets a little dicey at this time of day as it gets darker.
Delta 8864 Heavy 36 left.
Let me see what I can do about that. Okay. So here comes the Delta flight. On board are the Indianapolis Colts, coming in for a game tomorrow afternoon, I want to say, with the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know what time it is. So there you go, Dallas Cowboys. Your adversaries have arrived. And again, this is an aircraft type we do not see at DFW on a regular basis. There's no scheduled 767 passenger jets in or out of here. We do see them occasionally as charters or sports charters or special flights. That Qatar cargo flight is now on final approach. We'll switch over to that in a second. This should be parking over in the Terminal F area. There is no Terminal F, but over by those planes there, that United 757 and that American plane parked over there. So we'll get back to this plane momentarily. First of all, let's watch this Qatar cargo coming in from LAX. 777. A buttery landing there. We'll watch it turn, and then we will go back to the Indianapolis Colts team plane.
Yes, sir. We're here, ILS 36 left. Clear to land, 36 left, American 2722.
A lot of traffic down there.
Tower American 1699, 36 left, parking west side. Left, clear to land, American 1699. Right at 2900. American 1832 to departure, see it.
Ms. Wolf 13 says, thank you, Walt. An amazing stream again. Thank you. Uncle Car Guy says, Colts are getting whooped tomorrow. Now, wait a minute, Uncle Car Guy. Aren't you from Indianapolis?
Matrix 47 for Gulf Whiskey, have a good one.
So is this going to pull into a space where we can actually see the players get off the plane? I'm not sure. Trying to lock this thing down here. It's quite a distance away from us.
Yankee, cross 36 right for 2722 over Grand South Bridge.
Dallas Tower, good afternoon, designated 2 miles of flight time.
Well, I'm just going to check to see if there's anything else we are going to be missing while I'm tearing down here. So hold on a second. I think our last flight is going to be American Flight 81. Be another 777. This one's coming in from Heathrow. I think it's coming in on this side. So we'll hang out for that. Why not?
36 left, runway 36.
That Sun Country aircraft there on the left side looks like it's got some kind of a badge on the side of it. I can't read it though. Texas Rail Fan Aviation asks, how did you put ATC into the live stream? ATC referring, of course, to the air traffic control. I've got a scanner. I've got an audio cable that comes from the headphone jack and plugs into my audio mixer, and I mix it in. And sometimes it works. I just heard somebody say they're freezing. It's 57 degrees out here. Of course, the person who's freezing doesn't have a coat on, so that could have something to do with it. So we're hanging out with you for a little while longer. We're just going to watch. Well, first of all, we're keeping an eye on to see. Yeah, I guess there has been a gate rolled up to the front of that plane there, but...
Hotel, American 81, I'm fine with 36 left.
And I think there are people getting out, but... we just don't have a very good view of it from here. Yeah, there I see people. There are people getting out. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, the official team of the Indianapolis Colts getting off the plane. An exclusive for you here on Runway DFW. Okay, we're starting our 6th hour now. We've been on the air for 5 hours. That American A319 is photobombing our exclusive of Indianapolis Colts exiting the plane. If I knew any of the players' names, I could just make up names right now and tell you that's who's getting off. Okay, we're going to shift away from that. Here comes our last aircraft of the afternoon. We've already seen the A380 come in from London, but why not have a 777 come in from London? American Flight 81. That is it there.
And a safe touchdown for American Flight 81 from London Heathrow. And I think that's going to do it. So, let us pull up our music. I would like to thank all of you for tuning in today. I would like to especially thank our great Runway DFW Moderation Federation. Hey, there I am. I didn't mean to be in there. I hope you will, you can appreciate all of their efforts for this afternoon. And always, much thanks to all of them for being a part of this broadcast and every broadcast of Runway DFW. Where'd our music go? There it is. So we'll be back later this week sometime. Happy contrails to you until we meet again. Thanks everyone, and so long.
Cross 3, first side, we're going to Melbourne. Departure of midday, Skylar 31 yourself.
Stay tuned for The Price is Right, which follows at most of these CBS stations.
We hope you liked it. Too late to change it now.